good morning, and you're very welcome to round 9 of the Alecto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. This could be in certain classes the championship might get decided today. So thanks a million for tuning in, and we're looking forward to bringing you some action from one of the exciting corners of the hill that you might have seen in practice just outside the pub, which we are transponding our signal from. Is that the right word? Anyway, Senan will be up and down the hill and giving us feeds from other spots, so you get an impression of the challenges that the drivers are facing today. We have just seen the end of practice. The single-seaters just went up the hill, and I'm expecting Daryl to come up, the bike marshal, to come up and clear the coast for run 1 of round 9 of the Alecto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. So thank you very much for tuning in to Facebook and YouTube live, and we hope to bring you a lot of runs and exciting vantage points to watch from. So thanks again for watching, and greetings from Gleneiden in Westmeath. While we're waiting for run 1 to commence, I'm going to give you the entry list. So we have Aaron Kerwin in his Ford Fiesta competing in Class 1J, Billy White in the Renault Roger Class 7, Brendan O'Reilly in the Ford Escort 8B, Brian Kerwin in the Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive, this time the yellow one, in Class 3.8, Kiva White in her Fiat Seicento 1B, Cahill Smith in his Mitsubishi Evo 9 Class 10, Chris Snow Jr. in his Honda Civic Class 3A, Chris Snow Sr. in his Honda Civic in Class 2, Declan Gannon in the Ford Fiesta R5 Class 10, Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet Class 1A, Enda Byrne in the Formula V Class 5, Owen Kelly in the Honda Civic 8B, Ethan Mulcahy in his Seicento 1B, Francis Dempsey in the Cinquecento 1B, Jean Callan in the Ford Escort Mark II 9A, Georgie Bell in the Honda Civic Class 8B, Jerry Devereaux in the Peugeot 205 Class 8A, Gary Riley in the Honda Civic Class 2, Graham Bradley in the Honda Civic Class 2, Jack Brunton in the Honda Civic Class 8B, Jack Moore in the Nissan Micra K11 Class 1J, John Carter in the Ford Escort Mark II Class 9A, John Farrell in his Ford Escort RS 2000 Class 4, John Mahan in the DJ ADS1 Class 6, John O'Donnell in the BMW M3 Class 9B, John Pettit in the Darien T90 GTR Class 9B, Johnny Murray in the Fiat Cento Class 1B, Joseph Smith in the Ford Escort Class 9A, Keith Cullen in the Honda Civic EK4 Class 8B, Jack Kelly in the Ford Fiesta Class 1J, Kieran Burke in the Ford Escort Mark II Class 8A, Leo Conniff in the Fiat Punto Class 8A, Michael Furlong in the Mini Cooper Class 1J, Michael Tumulty in the Peugeot 106 GTI Class 2, Mick O'Shea in his MGB GT Class 4, Noel Doyne in his Ford Escort Mark II Class 9B, Oscar Mangan in the Dacia Sandero Class 1A, Patrick Bradley in the Honda Civic Class 8B, Paul McCann in the Escort WRC Class 9B, Paul McEnroe in the Citroën DS3 R5 Class 8A, Philip Grail in the Honda Civic Class 8B, Robert Cummins in the Seicento Class 1B, Ronan Quinn in the Ford Escort Mark II Class 9B, Russell Stanworth in his Reynard Opel Lotus Class 7, Shane Maron in his Ford Escort Mark II Class 8A, Shay Delaney in the Honda Civic Class 2, Siobhan McCann in a Ray 86F Class 6, Stephen Devereaux in the Peugeot 205 Class 8A, Stephen Fawnan, Ford Escort Mark II Class 3A, Tommy Gardner in the Honda Civic Class 3A, and Willie Barrett in his Honda FN2 Type R Class 3B. So I just saw Daryl, the bike marshal, go up the hill, so I'm assuming that soon we will be ready for run 1. So I'll switch you back over to the camera outside the pub, and we're looking forward to providing you with run 1 of round 9 of the Electro Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship here in Gleneiden, County Westmeath. And it's run by the Westmeath Motor Club. Thanks for tuning in. So while we're waiting for this interruption to pass, I thought I'd give you the overall saloon standings and then the overall single-seater standings if we get the time. So at the moment leading in the saloons is Brian Kerwin with 66 points in total, dropped score 57. Then we have Declan Gannon, 63 points in total, 50 after dropped score. Christopher Snow, 50 points and 50 dropped score. Shay Delaney, 41-41. Tommy Gardner, 40-37. Ray Cunningham, 40-34. Keith Cullen, 33-33. Willie Barrett, 17-17. Pierce Hendrick, 17-17. Shane Bell, 10-10. Peter Bogan, 10-10. Kieran Burke, 9-9. Eddie Lyons, 9-9. Michael Tumulty, 9-9. Gary Bradley, 8-8. Graham Bradley, 8-8. Seamus Anderson, 5-5. Joe Clifford, 2-2. Paddy Milet, Jack Hendrick and David Murray, all 1-1. And now we go back to the class points I meant. So one class that might be decided today, the championship, might be class 7. Billy White is currently leading with 69 points, 50 after dropped score, and Russell Stanworth is behind him with 61, 45 after drop score. Ben O'Brien, 35-35. We have Siobhan McCann, class 6. She has 80 as a total score and 60 after dropped rounds. And Johnny Mahan, 36-36. So we'll see what pans out today. In class 3A, we have the most competitors, it seems. We have Brian Kerwin with 68 and 59. Christopher Snow, 54-54. Tommy Gardner, 54-47. Damien Walsh, 34-34. Greetings to Clonakilty. Peter Bogan, 31-31. Patrick O'Malley, 6-6. And Desi Martin hasn't recorded points yet. Another class that might be interesting for the people watching is class 1A. It's currently led by Ray Cunningham in his mini, 80-80. Then we have Jack Henrick in I can't remember the car. Anyway, Jack Henrick, 54-54. Elaine Cohen, 66-50. And Ray Fitzgerald, 40-40. Jack Mannion, 30-30. Class 1B then is the Cento class, the Cento Challenge class, currently led by Robert Cummins with 72 and 56 after dropped rounds. Johnny Murray, 54-54. Quiva White, 65-51. Ethan Mulcahy, 47-47. And Francis Dempsey, 20-20. So it's all there to play for. Class 2 is pretty bunched up as well. We have Shay Delaney, 59-59. Pierce Hendrick, 53-53. Michael Tumulty, 50-50. Chris Snow, 43-43. Graham Bradley, 34-34. Joe Clifford, 22-22. And Patrick Higgins, 9-9. So let us know in the comments if you want to get more information on the different classes. If you want us to feature something else, we're going to present the sponsors and the classes later on as usual. And yeah, we're just waiting for this interruption to pass. As soon as Senan is set up on the hill, which he will be before where the fixed camera is that you could see early on during the practice run. So I'm gonna give you his feed and then the feed from the corner of the pub here in Gleneiden. And yeah, we just hope that the interruption won't be lasting too long now. And I go back to the corner and hopefully Daryl will clear the course and we'll be having more of run 1 of round 9 of the Alecto Irish Hill Climbers Sprint Championship 2025 here in Westmeath. Just a heads up there as well regarding the times. You can find the times under timing.irishhillclimb.com, but I will also be presenting them after each run as soon as they're up. At the moment we haven't got any times yet. We've only had a few cars for run 1. I can hear the bike, but I can't see it yet, so hopefully soon we get more action for run 1 and there won't be any more interruptions. So thanks again for tuning in to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. And we also shared the feed to the page of irishhillclimbs.com. Facebook Irish Hill Climbs. And yeah, let us know in the comments or in the competitor group if you want anything else featured, if you're selling your car, if you're looking for a car. Just give me all the information that you want featured in the program. We'll be happy to present it, and we're looking forward to a good day's racing. So thanks again for tuning in, and greetings from Gleneiden in Westmeath.
I believe that, yeah. Would you have to spend the points going through? Oh, Jesus, that's very good. Are you on WhatsApp? And then you just take a match to where you're comfortable.
While we're waiting for run 2 to start, I can give you the times so far recorded for run 1. Leading the timesheet at the moment is Billy White in his Renault Roger Class 7 with 1 minute flat 0.86. Then we have Chris Snow Jr. in his Civic 10091 Class 3A. Stephen Fawnan in his Ford Escort Mark II Class 9B 10105. Siobhan McCann in her Ray Class 6 10113. Declan Gannon in his Ford Fiesta R5 10226. John Pettit in his Darien T90 GTR 10282 Class 9B, and Jack Brunton in his Civic 10330 Class 8B. Then we have Russell Stanworth in his Reynard Opel Lotus 10338, and Willie Barrett in his Honda FN2 Type R 10342. I think I can hear a car on the hill, so I give you more results later on. We're going to switch back now to the live action from the hill. Thanks again for tuning in to round 9 of the Alecto Irish Hill Climb Sprint Championship 2025. So as we see the bike marshal coming back down the hill, actually, we have no return of the cars on this hill, so they're going around in a loop. We are soon going to have run 3, unless they're doing the lunch break now, which might be happening. I see a little bit of martial action here from my vantage point. So I'm going to refresh the timesheet, and I hope I'll be able to give you the run 2 times as well. Yeah, it seems we have them because unfortunately Billy White had a spin on the course here just in front of the pub. I have a feeling it did not come out in the stream. I'm really sorry about that, but we have it recorded, I'm sure. So I'm going to give you the actual rundown of the timesheets as it is now, and we're going to switch back to the fixed camera as soon as there's cars on the road again. So leading the timesheet at the moment is Russell Stanworth with a 103. No, sorry, that can't be, because Billy had a 10086 in run 1. Oh yeah, of course. So sorry, yeah. So Russell's run 2 time was 58 seconds and 58 hundredths of a second. So he's currently leading the timesheet in his Reynard Opel Lotus. Then we have Siobhan McCann in her Ray 5917. Stephen Fawnan in his Ford Escort 5937. Billy White then 10086. Chris Snow 10091. John Pettit 10106. Willie Barrett 10137. Jack Brunton 10201. Paul McCann 10214. Declan Gannon 10226. Tommy Gardner 10261. Shay Delaney 10276. Ronan Quinn 10292. Noel Doyne 10407. Brian Kerwin 10410. Georgie Bell 10492. Gary Riley 10495. Then we don't have a name to the next times, so it's a Honda Civic driver with 10538. Maybe the people doing the times could have a look at that. Michael Tumulty then 10551. Keith Cullen 10642. Graham Bradley 10676. Shane Marin 10727. Brendan O'Reilly 10820. Kieran Burke 10827. John Mahon 10853. Paul McEnroe 10855. Enda Byrne 10867. John Farrell 10872. Chris No Senior 10916. Leo Conniff 11145. Mick O'Shea 11159. Elaine Kerwin 11178. Michael Furlong 11314. Robert Cummins 11594. Johnny Murray 11656. Jack Mannion 11696. Quiva White 11767. Ethan Mukahi 11839. Francis Dempsey 11877. Aaron Kerwin 11913. Jack Kelly 12002. John Carter 12016. And Jack Moore 13001. So we have a few people competing in the junior class today. Michael Furlong, Aaron Kerwin, Jack Kelly and Jack Moore. And I believe there's a car on the road, so we're going to switch over. Little bit of an interruption there, so I give you the run 3 times that I have so far. Chris Snow Jr. 5932, John Pettit 10040, Jack Brunton 10121, Paul McCann 10156, Tommy Gardner 10227, Paul McEnroe 10456, Michael Tumulty 10520, Owen Kelly 10600, Chris Snow Senior 10807, Leo Conniff 10937, Mick O'Shea 10971, Elaine Kerwin 11026, Michael Furlong 11325, Johnny Murray 11461, Robert Cummins 11574, Ethan Mulcahy 11705, Jack Kelly 11831, Francis Dempsey 11883, Aaron Kerwin 11955, and Jack Moore 12183. So I see Daryl is making his way back down the hill. Let me just check for an update here. There might be the launch break. No. Although there's cars back on the hill. So we just switch back to the live footage. I thank you very much for tuning in. believe we might be pausing for lunch, so while we're waiting for the confirmation, I will give you the run 3 times that are already up. If you want to have a look at the times yourself, they can be reached at timing.irishhillclimb.com. So timing dot and then irishhillclimb in one word.com. The overall times were also updated. Fair play to the timing people. I don't know what happened, but the times are up much quicker and we really appreciate that. So currently leading is Siobhan McCann and her Ray with 56.50. Then we have Stephen Faulkner 57.87 and Billy White 57.97. So just about a second and a half between Billy and Siobhan. This could be exciting. I believe there is a chance that Billy could get the championship today, or could secure the championship today, shall we say, if we consider drop rounds. So bear with us, and you will find out at the end of the day or tomorrow how this panned out. The 4th on the timesheet is Russell Stanworth. His best time so far 58.36. Then we have Chris Snow Jr. 59.32. Declan Gannon 59.35. Then we have John Pettit 1:00:40. Ronan Quinn 1:01:01. Jack Brunton 1:01:21. Willie Barrett 1:01:37. Paul McCann 1:01:56. Tommy Gardner 1:02:27. Shay Delaney 1:02:76. Noel Doyne 1:03:32. Then we have John Mahon 1:03:51. Brian Kerwin 1:03:89. Gary Riley 1:04:37. Georgie Bell then 1:04:43. Keith Cullen 1:04:44. Paul McEnroe 1:05:56. Michael Tumulty 1:05:20. Owen Kelly 1:05:38. Enda Byrne 1:06:66. Shane Maron 1:06:7. Enda Byrne 1:06:66. Then Graham Bradley 1:06:76 and Shane Maron 1:06:78. Kieran Burke 1:07:82. Brendan O'Reilly 1:07:98. Chris Snow Senior 1:08:07. John Farrell 1:08:72. Leo Conniff 1:09:37. Mick O'Shea 1:09:71. Elaine Kerwin 1:10:26. Michael Furlong 1:13:14. Johnny Murray 1:14:61. Jack Mannion then 1:14:83. Robert Cummins 1:15:74. Ethan Mulcahy 1:17:05. Quiva White 1:17:61. Jack Kelly 1:18:31. Francis Dempsey 1:18:77. Aaron Kerwin 1:19:13. John Carter 1:21:6. Jack Moore 1:21:83. So that completes the timesheet after run 3. The marshals are getting their lunch now, so we're just waiting for run 4 to begin. While we do this, I'm going to give you another look at our sponsors. We're still waiting. We still we still have two cars, sorry, it's two classes, sorry, that are looking for sponsorship. I believe someone was interested in sponsoring class 10, so if they want to get in touch with Siobhan McCann, I can put the number out here and then you can get in touch with her to sort out those things. Her number is 087 697 9704, and the commission is always happy to see more sponsors come into the sport. The sponsorship of one class would cost you €250 a year, and your company name would be featured on the cars in that class during the launch and during our live streams, as well as at the end of the season prize giving. So it's definitely worth a thought if you want to have your company featured in these places. Like I said, the marshals are getting their lunch now, and thanks to all the marshals for standing on the hill and making the sport possible. Without them, we'd be nowhere really. So if anybody is interested in marshalling at the next event, which I believe is the Sligo Hillclimb in August, please get in touch with the Sligo Motor Club, and they will be able to give you all the information you need if you want to become more active in the sport, or indeed if you want to put in an entry for the next hill climb, feel free to do so as well. I have the date, the actual date of the hill climb here, just bear with me. So the next championship round is the Connacht Hill Climb, so it's the Connacht Motor Club, my apologies, and it's August 23rd and 24th. There's another two non-championship events coming up as well. One is the Galway Hill Climb, hosted by the Galway Motor Club. I believe our Galway and Clare, I'm not sure. They are having their event on July 12th and 13th. And then we have the Donegal Hill Climb on September 6th and 7th in Knockalla. That's an amazing setting if you want to go there as a spectator, marshal, or indeed a competitor. It's just amazing above the beach there in Knockalla. So I can only encourage you to go up there. I'm giving you some information about the sponsors. So Alecto, the championship sponsor, provide an electrical design, build and software development service to some of Ireland's leading production machine building companies. They also integrate end-of-line packaging systems to Irish manufacturing sites. So that's our championship sponsor. I will grab you the website in a minute there. Just bear with me while I get this information up for you, and I'll be back in a second. Apologies, so the championship sponsor can be found under the website alecto.ie, so that's ALEKTO.ie, and have a look at that page if you're interested or indeed just talk to Tommy Gardner. I'm going to give you a rundown of the classes now and the sponsors. So Class 1A is the Bantam Saloon class, Performance Factor Class 5, Production, Modified Production Saloons and Roadsters up to 1400cc. They are sponsored by David Byrne Auto Repairs. Their website is dbyrneautorepairs.com. So all in one word, www.dbyrneautorepairs.com. Class 1B is the Cento Challenge class, the Fiat Cinquecento and Seicentos as per technical regulations published on the Motorsport Ireland website. This class is sponsored by the late Simon McKinley, who came up with creating this highly competitive class alongside Dermot Nolan, and it has served several drivers as a start into motorsport. We could mention Billy White here, who started off in the Centos and won last year's championship. So it's definitely a class to be thinking about starting off doing hill climbing in. That was Class 1B. Class 2 then is the 1600 Saloon class, Performance Factor Class 4, Production, Modified Production Saloons and Roadsters between 1401 and 1650cc. They are sponsored by DG Autos, who are based in Ballyneety, County Limerick, and their website is dgautos.ie. So again, all in one word, www.dgautos.ie. They supply new and used cars, vans and 4x4s. They're specialists in sourcing vehicles to their customers' specification, and Declan is currently competing in an R5 Fiesta in both Hillclimb and some stage rallying events. Class 3A then is the Super Saloon class, Performance Factor Class 3, Production, Modified Production Saloons and Roadsters between 1651 and 2100cc, front engine sports cars up to 1650cc with car derived engines and up to 1200cc with motorbike derived engines, silhouette cars and space frame saloons up to 1650cc. This class 3A. So this class is sponsored by Barrett Trailers, based in Kilfinane, County Limerick. They are the main dealers for Brian James Trailers, Cheval Liberté Horse Trailers, Devon Box Trailers, Tough Cattle and Agri Trailers, Erde Trailers, and they have a huge range of trailer parts in stock and also repair trailers. You can contact them through their website barretttrailers.ie. So that's all in one word, www.barretttrailers.ie, with double R and a triple T with the trailers, barretttrailers.ie. Next class is 3B, the ultimate, 3B, the Ultimate Saloon class, Performance Factor Class 2, Production, Modified Production Saloons over 2100cc, Roadsters over 2100cc, Silhouette cars from 1651cc to 2100cc, Space Framed Saloons over 1650cc, Front Engine Sports cars with Bike Derived engines over 1200cc, and Front Engine Sports cars with Car Derived engines between 1651 and 2100cc, four-wheel drive production saloons and modified saloons. They are sponsored by Dirk Yacht Charter, who specialise in skippered cruises on a very fast Red Bay 32-foot rib on Loch Dirk. And you can contact Paula or Rory Stevens for more information. Shout out to Rory and Paula, who unfortunately aren't here this time. We're looking for silhouette cars over 2100cc and rear engine sports cars, as well as front engine sports cars with car derived engines over 2100cc, alloy and composite saloons unlimited. Sponsor here is the Galway Mini Centre, Ray Cunningham's business, and their website is galwayminicentre.com. So all in one word, www.galwayminicentre.com. Class 4 then is the Historics class, classic cars as per HRCA regulations reference Motorsport Ireland Appendix 49 and FIA Appendix K, Compliance documents are required, and this class is sponsored by CBI Freight UK Limited, Mick O'Shea's business, and their website is cbifreight.co.uk. So it's www.cbifreight.co.uk. Then we have the 1J, the Junior Saloon class, drivers between 13 and 17 inclusive, modified production saloon cars. Eligible for this class are Fiat Cento Challenge as per Hillclimb Technical Regulations 1B, cars that comply with Junior Rallycross regulations, Junior Mini Challenge cars as per Mini Challenge regulations, and J1000 cars as per the 11,000 regulations. This class is sponsored by Motorsport Ireland. Motorsport Ireland website is www.motorsportireland.com. Class 5 features Formula Ford and V Class Formula Ford 1600, Classic Formula Ford 1600 as per current or previous Ford Motorsport regulations, Formula V as per current or previous Formula V regulations, Appendix 45. This class is sponsored by the Limerick-based DPF clinic, Ben O'Brien's business, who are experts in modern diesel emission systems, covering all aspects of DPF and AdBlue SCR system repairs and diagnostics. Their website is dpfclinic.ie, and shout out to Ben O'Brien. We hope to see you at the next hill in your Judd Engine Gould, or maybe you want to come out tomorrow. We're not too far away from Limerick where we are. Next we have class 7. Class 6, the super single-seater class, single-seaters up to 2,100 cc's having only 2 valves per cylinder, single-seaters up to 1,650 cc having more than 2 valves per cylinder. This class is sponsored by Cottage Kitchens, Siobhan McCann and Enda Burns business. They design and make bespoke kitchens, utilities, pantries and islands, but also wardrobes, living room units, home office, under-stairs storage, custom-built stairs and storage solutions, and are based in Gorey but cover the whole Leinster area. They can be found on Facebook and Instagram and on their contact page. And their contact page is available on their website www.cottagekitchens.ie. Class 7 then. The Libre class features single-seaters over 2,100 cc having only 2 valves per cylinder, as well as single-seaters over 1,650 cc having more than 2 valves per cylinder, rear engine sports cars over 2,100 cc, and forward drive cars that are not rally production or modified production saloons. The class sponsor here is Bell Homes. The Frank Bell and Sons Limited are a revered second-generation home builder near Mullingar, delivering high-quality homes since 1976, spearheaded by Managing Director Shane Bell, whom you might know as a competitor in his Subaru Impreza. The company has maintained its reputation for excellence through nearly 5 decades of consistent quality craftsmanship. They focus on local development and maintaining high standards in construction. Their website is www.bellhomes.ie. And there we see our championship photographer, Martin Gallagher, go back down the hill and finding a new location for his photographs. You can see his photographs on Facebook on Irish Hillclimbs, and I can only encourage you to have a look through them. They're great and give you a great still idea, still footage idea of the cars, and you can have a good zoom in at the details. He also sells those pictures, so if you find a photo that you like and you would like to have, please get in touch with him through Facebook. Class 8A then is the 1650cc 8-valve rally cars class, performance factor class 6. 2-wheel drive rally cars up to 1650cc with not more than 2 valves per cylinder. This class is sponsored by AK. Sorry, my page just froze. Here we go. This class is sponsored by AK Services, Alan Kane's business. They're a supplier of all things roofing and spray foam insulation for houses and sheds, and you can reach Alan under 083 094 8440. I repeat, 083 094 8440. And shout out to Alan and Leah at this stage. Then we have Class 8B, 1650cc 16-valve rally cars, 2-wheel drive rally cars up to 1650cc with more than 2 valves per cylinder. Sponsored by Brian Kerwin Auto Developments, providing the following services: vehicle servicing and repairs, pre-DOF NCT inspections and rectification, cars, commercials and 4x4s, emission testing and repair, battery sales, wheel alignment, diagnostic and fault finding, and they're based in Adamstown, County Wexford. And you can reach Brian under 087 299 1460. I repeat, 087 299 1460. Class 9A then is the 2100cc 8-valve rally cars class, two-wheel drive rally cars from 1651cc to 2100cc with not more than 2 valves per cylinder, sponsored by Alton McGowan Carpentry and Construction in Ballintoa, County Sligo. Alton McGowan's business, so they are based in Sligo, serving the northwest of the country, and provide all types of roofing and construction. And you can give Alton a call on 086 384 6973. I repeat, 086 384 6973. Next we have Class 9B. Class 9B and Class 10 are still looking for sponsors. Class 9B is the 2100cc 16-valve rally cars class, two-wheel drive rally cars from 1651cc to 2100cc with more than 2 valves per cylinder. And Class 10 is the unlimited rally car class, two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive rally cars over 2100cc. These classes must apply to all championship events, and the organising clubs may include extra classes or amalgamate classes, subject to approval of the Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship Commission. Rally cars must run rally ready to include tyres, seats, etc. So please get in touch with Enda, Siobhan or Ben if you're interested in sponsoring Class 9B or 10. If you're interested in what these performance factor numbers are about, I can give you a bit of information regarding that as well. So the FIA performance factor number is a method of classifying the cars. The calculation, which consists of allocating a performance value specific to each car, is based on its weight and technical parameters. So the performance factor number of a car must be generated using the dedicated performance factor website. You can find the website under www.fiaperformancefactor.com. Classes will be determined based on the following performance factor points. Performance factor class 1 is 0 to 59, class 2 60 to 119, 3 120 to 179, 4 180 to 239, 5 240 to 299, and 6 300 and above. Just as a side note, cars that are being double driven, so if at one event 2 drivers share a car, they have to be entered into the same class. Just on the side. So it looks as if the officials have cleared the course, but I haven't seen Dara go up or down yet. So we're just waiting for the bike marshal to come back up or down past our point anyway. And then we look forward to give you more footage from another location from further down the hill. Senan is making his way back down there as we speak, and then we will be able to switch between the 2 cameras again, as you used to since the last couple of events. So thanks for bearing with us, and thank you very much for tuning into round 9 of the Alecto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. And you can tune in to us on Vantage Point Video Facebook and YouTube Live, and the Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship Facebook page. And we thank you very much for tuning in, and hope that we'll be back with more action very soon. So you see Daryl going back down the hill. We're waiting for another position for Senan to be in. The marshals are getting ready. So the lunch break is over now, and we're back with some more action for you soon. little introduction here now. So I'm going to have a look at the updated times for you. So we're having a look at the run 4 times that have so far come in. At the moment, leading Michael Tumulty 104.95, Graham Bradley 106.40, Mick O'Shea 108.78, Elaine Kerwin 109.85, Paul McEnroe 110.85, Michael Furlong 112.64, Robert Cummins 114.66, Johnny Murray 115.40, Ethan Mulcahy 115.90, Aaron Kerwin 117.81, Jack Moore 117.84, Francis Dempsey 119.35, and Jack Kelly 119.96. That's there on 4 times. The overall timesheet at the moment, we have still Siobhan McCann leading in her Ray with the best time of 56.50. Then Stephen Faulkner 57.87, Billy White 57.97, Russell Stanworth 58.36, Chris Snow Jr. 59.32. And you will see the cars going back up the hill, but I believe the ones that were stopped will probably get a rerun. So that's the times we have for the top of the leaderboard. We're now going to wait for Darrell Ramsey, the bike marshal, to clear the track again for the remainers of run 4. And while it's still a bit overcast, the sun is really trying hard to get through, and the track is drying nicely, so we will most definitely get a run 5 in, I'd say, and then we'll get back with the updated timesheet. So this Civic that you see in Sennon's camera position will now be led back down the hill, I should think, and then Daryl will probably give him a rerun because he stopped. He's actually taking him back up the hill, and then start line is run 4. And yeah, there's still a large portion of drivers that haven't left the start line for run 4, so there's more to come for this run of round 9 of the Alecto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025 here in Westmeath, hosted by the Westmeath Motor Club. And we'll have more action for you tomorrow. I haven't got a start time for you tomorrow, but as soon as there is action, please keep checking our Facebook and YouTube channels for all of the footage that we provide for you. Like I said, you can either text us or send us messages on Facebook and YouTube. You can give us, the drivers can give us in-car footage that we can present here tomorrow, so that someone might be able to see the whole run from the driver's perspective, or the whole track, I should say. And yeah, we'll try to improve the footage more and more as time goes by. Senan will go to a different location soon to present you with more footage from the hill as we go along, and as there's another run, we'll probably have another piece of footage for you. So now you will see Daryl go back down the hill to the start line, and he will give the officials at the start line the okay that the track is clear, and then we'll see the rest of the cars go up the hill for their 4th timed run. So thanks again for tuning in to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. You're joining us for the Westmeath Motor Club Hillclimb round 9 of the Alecto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. And we're coming close to the end of the season, so some classes might be decided today. We don't know yet. There's also the championship to play for, and it's truly exciting on this side of the season. So thank you for watching, and hopefully we'll have more cars on the line swiftly.
Now it's dead, isn't it? Couldn't figure out who's going to get that thing fixed first. Yeah. Only comes north as well, huh? Yeah.
While we're waiting for this interruption to pass, I'll give you the other run 4 times we have so far. Chris Snow Jr. 58.74, Stephen Faulkner 59.11, John Pettit 10076, Shay Delaney 10106, Ronan Quinn 10121, Tommy Gardner 10229, Gary Riley 10351, Keith Cullen 10435, Michael Tumulty 104.95, Owen Kelly 105.11, Graham Bradley 106.40, Leo Conniff 108.31, Chris Snow 108.60, Mick O'Shea 108.78, Elaine Kerwin 109.85, Paul McEnroe 110.85. Oh, we haven't. Doesn't look too bad, so hopefully they'll be back out soon again. So let me just see where I was. I just go back to Owen Kelly 105.11, Graham Bradley 106.40, Leo Conniff 108.31, Chris Snow Senior 108.60, Mick O'Shea 108.78, Elaine Kerwin 109.85, Paul McEnroe 110.85, Noel Doyne 112.62, Michael Furlong 112.64, Robert Cummins 114.66, Jack Mannion 115.29, Johnny Murray 115.40, Ethan Mulcahy 115.90, Aaron Kerwin 117.81, Jack Moore 117.84, Quiva White 118.34, John Carter 119.31, Francis Dempsey 119.35, and Jack Kelly 119.96. So Daryl is going back up the hill, or down the hill I should say. You can see him in Sennon's feed now, and as soon as he gives the all clear at the start line, we'll have the rest of run 4 of round 9 of the Electro Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025 for you. And thanks again for tuning in. So this completes run 4. I'm just going to wait until we have all the times in, and I give you the top 10. Billy White was able to better his time. He went through with a 56.89 in run 4, followed by Russell Stanworth 57.90, and then Siobhan McCann 58.01. So you can see there's only about a second and 200th of a second between those three drivers. Very, very exciting stuff. So we can't wait for run 5. I'm just going to refresh the overall sheet to see what it did to it. So Siobhan McCann is still leading with her 56.50 from run 3. Then we have Billy White with his run 4 time, 56.89. Stephen Faulkner, his best time was 57.87. Then we have Russell Stanworth, 57.90. Then Declan Gannon, 58.58. Chris Snow Jr., 58.74. John Pettit, 10040. Ronan Quinn, 10101. Jack Brunton, 10105. Shay Delaney, 10106. Willie Barrett, 10137. Paul McCann, 10156. Tommy Gardner, 10227. John Mahan then, 10315. Brian Coburn, 10329. Noel Doyne, 10332. Gary Riley, 10351. Georgie Bell, 10427. Keith Collenden 104.13.5, Paul McEnroe 104.56, Michael Tumulty 104.95, Owen Kelly 105.11, Enda Byrne, just bear with me here, Enda Byrne 105.79, John Farrell 105.90, Brendan O'Reilly 106.03, Graham Bradley 106.40, Shane Maron 106.78, Kieran Burke 107.82, Chris No Senior 108.07, Leo Conniff 108.31, Mick O'Shea then 108.78, Elaine Kerwin 109.85, Michael Furlong 112.64, and then we have Johnny Murray, Robert Cummins, Jack Mannion, Ethan Mulcahy, Kiva White, Aaron Kerwin, Jack Moore, Jack Kelly, Francis Dempsey, and John Carter. I believe there's a car on the road, which is why I sped up a bit, but maybe there isn't. We're possibly still waiting for... Yes, so we're waiting for the bike marshal to clear the course, which he's doing right now. He's just gone past my position here, and we're going to see him at Sen's position there in a second. So we're all ready for run 5 of round 9 of the Alecto Irish Hill Climb and Sprint Championship 2025. Thanks again for tuning in to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live, and you're joining us for the Westmeath Motor Club Hill Climb 2025. This concludes round 5 of round 9 of the Alecto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025 here in no, I have to look that up again. In Westmeath, anyway. And I'm not sure whether it was enough for Billy to secure his championship for this year as well. So we're going to have to wait until the prize given. I have the run 5 times. Mind you, they have now been included into the overall timesheet. So I'm going to give you those times and the final timesheet of the day, and then we will make our way to the prize given and see what will be announced there. So fastest time of the day was done by Siobhan McCann, her Ray. It was 56.50. That was her run 3 time. Billy White did a 56.89 in run 4. That was his best time. Then we have Russell Stanworth, 57.07, followed by Stephen Faulkner, 57.87, Chris Snow Jr., 58.57, Declan Gannon, 58.58, John Pettit, 59.69, Shay Delaney, 10010, Ronan Quinn, 10049, John Mahon, 10081, Jack Brunton, 10095, Paul McCann, 10116, Tommy Gardner, 10123, Willie Barrett, 10137, Brian Kerwin, 10318, Noel Doyne, 10332, Gary Riley, 10351, Michael Tumulty, 10395, Georgie Bell, 103.98. Sorry, Michael Tumulty, not 103.94. Georgie Bell, 103.98. Owen Kelly, 103.13. Keith Cullen, 104.15. Paul McEnroe, 104.56. Enda Byrne, 105.79. John Farrell, 105.90. Shane Maron, 106.03. Brendan O'Reilly, also 106.03. Then we have Graham Bradley, 106.40. Kieran Burke, 107.82. Chris No Senior, 108.07. Leo Conniff, 108.31. Mick O'Shea, 108.78. Now I'm wondering, is Westmeath Motor Club thinking about giving us a run 6? Because the clear up isn't starting. So yeah, we have a car on the line. Okay, we'll go to that. So as you can see, the club is now starting to clean up for the day, so I'm assuming that this was it. No single seaters went back on the line because it has started to drizzle a bit again, so they probably thought they weren't going to better the times anyway. As far as we're concerned, the sixth run, the times recorded in run 6 do not count. So that was just the club being nice and giving the drivers a bit more experience behind the wheel on the road before it's opened up again for the public. So I'm going to complete the timesheet now for the day. Again, fastest time of the day, Siobhan McCann, 56.50. Then we have Billy White, Russell Stanworth, Stephen Faulkner, Chris Snow Jr., Declan Gannon, John Pettit, Shay Delaney, Ronan Quinn, Johnny Mahon, Jack Brunton, Paul McCann, Tommy Gardner, Willie Barrett, Brian Kerwin, Noel Doyne, Gary Riley, Michael Tumulty, Georgie Bell, Owen Kelly, Keith Cullen, Paul McEnroe, Enda Byrne, John Farrell, Shane Maron, Brendan O'Reilly, Graham Bradley, Kieran Burke, Chris Snow Sr., Leo Cuniff, Mick O'Shea, Elaine Kerwin, Michael Furlong, Jack Mannion, Robert Cummins, Johnny Murray, Ethan Mulcahy, Jack Moore, Kiva White, Aaron Kerwin, Jack Kelly, Francis Dempsey and John Carter. That completes round 9 of the Electro Irish Hill Climb and Sprint Championship 2025 here in Westmeath. We are going to see whether we can film the prize given for you this evening, and we'll incorporate it into a results video later on in the week or before the next hill, definitely. Thank you very much for tuning in to Vantage Point Video Facebook and YouTube Live. We appreciate you taking the time for watching, commenting, sending us messages, sending us your point of view, giving us feedback on our reports and videos, and we hope to be back again tomorrow with more action and different positions on the hill. And with that, I leave you now. Wish you a nice Saturday evening, and yeah, we'll be back with more tomorrow morning. Thanks again for tuning in.